Midfield as well. He's had a really good year with Atalanta, playing at the very highest level.
They've got some very technical players. They always have had, but they've got to just make sure. I think the first game is always crucial in any competition, Simon. You don't want to get beaten the first one. It's not massive, you don't have to win it, but don't lose it.
Is Van Aanholt asking a little too much of Weghorst? Well, we've seen what he's all about already, Memphis Depay, and he's been in great form for the national team recently and was able to take advantage there of that loose pass.
I mean, he's picked that up 70 yards from goal. He's surrounded by blue shirts and he ignores the support of Gino Wijnaldum alongside him, but he just bursts forward, and that's a really good effort.
It's promising play here from Frenkie de Jong, collected by Dumfries, who loves to come galloping forward and join in the attacking play wherever possible. Nicely worked by Ukraine, collected by Zinchenko here. He's got space and support on the far side. This is Yarmolenko, who's been in terrific form in the warm-up games just ahead of the tournament. And racing in there about 3 yards from the goal was Alexander Zubkov, and the Netherlands able to intercept at the expense of a corner.
Again, end to end in the opening moments of the game. Both teams really
breathless,
starting yet in a positive frame of mind. We want more of that, and it's great. Yarmolenko there, seeing that he was one-on-one with Daley Blind in the box, driving at him, forces the corner.
First corner of the match, and Stekelenburg decided to leave it. It will be a goal kick. That was Yarmolenko at the far post.
Not sure whether the goalkeeper misjudged the flight of that or the pace of that delivery. Yarmolenko, I think it came at him a little bit quick.
Frank de Boer, who made 9 European Championship appearances as a player among his 112 caps, and captain the Netherlands in the 2000 semi-final against Italy on this pitch. Not that he'd care to reflect on it, I'm sure, having missed 2 penalties that day, but nonetheless, it was an outstanding career, and Karavayev sliding in on Memphis Depay. Here's Daley Blind. Lovely little flick, picking out de Jong. Here's Wijnaldum. Can't find a way through. Weghorst leaving it, Depay with the shot, Wijnaldum, Dumfries! Brilliant save by Bush-Chan again.
Great football. Superb play, that vision there from Gino Wijnaldum, who could have took that shot himself, but just with the outside of his right boot, just knocks it into the path of Dumfries, who just wants to make solid contact with that. Really good save from Bush-Chan, spreads himself big to deny him.
He's still looking for his first international goal, Denzel Dumfries, and he nearly had it there. Well, there's a man who scored plenty, 25 this season for Wolfsburg, forced his way into the team this month. Memphis Depay sends it scudding across the box. They're claiming a handball. The referee was looking straight at it.
Yeah, he immediately said play on. It's been a fantastic start to the game, it really has.
Here's Blind. It's going to be a big test for him tonight, isn't it? Because last week he played 45 minutes against Georgia, and it was the first football he played since the end of March, when he was injured against Gibraltar. He'd had an ankle ligament injury which kept him out of the back end of the season.
And Van Aanholt, Simon, will want to push forward. That's naturally what he does. He wants to go and join in at the top of the field, which can sometimes leave Daley Blind a little exposed.
But Yarmolenko's going to be trying to push Van Aanholt back, won't he? That was the interesting call, really, in this lineup. I think everybody, all the Dutch fans, I think, were expecting Owen Wijndal to play as the left wing back. But Van Aanholt getting the nod. Here's Dumfries motoring forward. Another opportunity, and Wijnaldum sends it over the top of the bar. But a blistering start from the Netherlands.
You can see how positive those wing-backs and how high they're playing. Really good work from Dumfries cutting that back. De Rome was coming onto it, but Wijnaldum it was that took the initiative. That was that strike seconds ago from Van Aanholt. Looks like it just struck the hip, then onto the arm. And quite rightly, Felix Brick saying no penalty.
Yaremchuk with the header on. Here's Daley Blind. Jurien Timber, a teenager from Ajax, who was uncapped when he was named in the squad, but played in a couple of warm-up games and getting his opportunity with Matthijs de Ligt, not quite fit enough for this game. They are expecting him to be in the side for the next match against Austria. He injured his groin in training a week ago, and this match has come a little bit too soon. Blind. Header away by Mykolenko. Back with Wijnaldum once more, blocked again by Matvienko.
Yeah, Zinchenko sleeping a little bit there as that ball was cleared. De Roon was onto it very quickly.
Netherlands are relentless in the early stages of this game.
Well, it's a fast press, and they're not looking, not delaying in trying to get the ball up to Depay and Weghorst. I like that. I think that's the way to start any game. You want to start positive, get those forward players involved in the game as much as you can early on.
And they've got Frenkie de Jong on the ball quite a bit early on as well, and that's not always been the case in some of the recent internationals. Here's Timber. Who will be 20 later this week, Jurien Timber. Here's Malinovsky. He's had a great season with Atalanta. Look at him, the real driving force in Ukraine's midfield. Couldn't find a way past Stefan de Vrij.
Yeah, and he's very good with either foot, particularly on his left side, Malinovsky, so you need to squeeze and get tight to him.
Here's de Jong, of whom we were just talking again. Mikola Matvienko, the player there, making the interception. First stoppage of the game, bit of an issue for Alexander Zubkov.
Yeah, that's going to be a shame if that's going to force Zubkov off the field, because he started bright.
Yeah, he's been in good form. He scored the only goal against Northern Ireland when they won just over a week ago. So frustrating to clearly pick up an injury issue so early in the match. Doesn't look great, does it?
It doesn't, no. If it's a contact injury, then you can sometimes wear them, they can run them off and they'll wear off. But if it's a twist or a muscle strain, then, yeah, already.
Marlos is going to come on to replace him by the looks of things, and an unexpected change required for Ukraine early in this match. Not even playing for 10 minutes.
Sometimes you give a player 5 minutes time and just to see exactly how things are panning out, but clearly Zubkov must know in his own mind that it's not good, can't carry on, so the change I think is imminent.
There's Yarmolenko looking for Yaremchuk, nudged out of the way by Stefan de Vrij. As big a loss as a world-class defender like Virgil van Dijk is, Stefan de Vrij, who's just won the Scudetto with Inter, is not a bad replacement, isn't he? A very experienced one too.
Correct. Lots of composure there. And that'll be required, that'll be tested.
There's de Roon. Up against his teammate from Atalanta, de Roon, up against Malinovsky in midfield today. De Jong. Goalless but bright so far between these two in Group C.
No surprises to seeing the team playing in their home stadium, wanting to dominate possession, wanting to keep the ball, dictate the pace of the game. I think we would have expected that, and I'm sure Andrei Shevchenko would have expected that to a degree. They've just got to make sure Ukraine, they get tight as the Netherlands start to creep up the field.
There's Dumfries sending the ball forward. He's continued up to the edge of the penalty area. Back now with Timber. Here's de Jong looking to pull a few strings. Wijnaldum. And Memphis Depay. Weghorst. Timber. Looks calm and composed in possession. De Vrij. Run being made by Van Aanholt, who's now got a bit of ground to cover as Ukraine venture forward on the far side with Yarmolenko, who's unable to keep the ball in play. Marlos there waiting to come on to replace Alexander Zubkov. Marlos, 32 years of age, plays his football for Shakhtar Donetsk. He's been in Ukraine since 2012 and received citizenship in 2017 and made his international debut later that year. Brazilian-born player, Ukrainian citizen though. An
experienced lad, and again, so no problem for him. He knows what's expected of him. Very quickly, got to get up to speed.
Wijnaldum in towards Depay. Handball, I think. A challenge made by Vitaly Mikolenko.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate really there on Wijnaldum. He didn't know much about it.
Zavarny sending it forward. Here's Zinchenko. Who said he had a really, well, tough few days, certainly in footballing terms, following that Champions League final defeat suffered by Manchester City against Chelsea. Had a few days to, in theory, to relax before joining the squad, but was feeling pretty flat.
Yeah. Would have done for a few days, perfectly natural that, but once you then turn your attention to the international football and the month ahead, no time to dwell, unfortunately. That's the life of the modern day footballer now.
And he is very much one of their main men. Zinchenko. Promising looking move. Yaremchuk. No threat to Stekelenburg's goal.
Nice little 1-2 with Karavayev on the far side, and then in the end the strike is a really poor one. He actually had Zinchenko on the edge of the box. He could have given it to him on his left foot. There would have been a far better option.
Scored last Monday, Yaremchuk, in their final warm-up match. They beat Cyprus by 4-0, and he scored 4 goals in the qualifiers as well. Here's Memphis Depay. Dumfries.
Like to do that, don't they? That big switch to get that wing-back, opposite wing-back in. That ball from Depay there, just a little big, but I've seen 2 or 3 times already Dumfries really raiding high and fast down that right side.
Just bounced away from Zinchenko. Flag up, it will be Ukraine's ball. Well, Memphis Depay was outstanding in qualifying. He was the key player really for the Dutch, wasn't he? He either scored or assisted a goal on average every 38 minutes in their qualifying campaign.
Pretty much every game, wasn't it? You're right. I think he accepts responsibility now that he is the main man up front, that he's tasked with trying to make something happen in games where it's tight, in games where it's difficult. They're the players you look to go and make the difference, and he's very much that man now for this team.
Yarmolenko, who wasn't seen a great deal by West Ham supporters in the last season, but looks very much up to full speed the last couple of weeks. That was nicely done by Vitaly Mikolenko. Getting it past Dumfries. Again, Yaremchuk trying to get on the end of it.
Yeah, Just fired it in there, didn't he, Mikolenko there? Just wasn't really looking to pick anybody out, just blasting it across that 6-yard line.
He's another one of the good young players that Ukraine have got. Made his debut as a 19-year-old a little while ago. He's 22 now. One of the contingent from Dynamo Kiev. Great familiarity between those at the back for Ukraine. The goalkeeper and 3 of the 4 main defenders all play their club football together.
And don't underestimate that. That really does help. That instant organisation and understanding, that's important.
Marlos working hard there against Dumfries. Frankie de Jong. Really enjoy the close attentions of Yaramchuk there. De Vrij. And Denzel Dumfries. Timber, who only made his debut against Scotland at the start of the month in a 2-2 draw. Mixed bag for the Dutch in their warm-up matches. A late equaliser to salvage a draw against Scotland before seeing off Georgia 3-0 in Enschede last week. Wijnaldum. Again, sliding in was Mikolenko, the left-back. This is Zinchenko. Yaramchuk, Zinchenko looking to spread the play, move it away from the traffic.
Well played. Again, a couple of short passes in a tight area. That means there has to be room elsewhere. Nice switch.
Yarmolenko, Malinovsky. Looking for a free kick there, Malinovsky. Certainly how Felix Bruch saw it, the referee. And now Wijnaldum venturing forward. Blind. No pressure on Martin de Roon.
No, I think Ukraine happy to, and they see one of the 3 central defenders at the back for the Netherlands have got the ball. They're happy to just drop back into a shape and just try and cut off all those avenues and be nice and compact.
Well, exercising an element of caution, no bad thing. It certainly worked for them when they travelled to play France in their opening World Cup qualifier back in March when they secured a 1-1 draw against the world champions. Lovely flick from Memphis Depay in towards Gini Wijnaldum. Back with Daley Blind. Ukraine also beat Spain by a 1-0 in one of their Nations League games as well this season, so shown on their day they can mix it with the top sides. This is Dumfries. Zinchenko. Marlos. It's nicely done up to Yaremchuk. They've worked the ball well there. There's a nice flow about this for Ukraine, and suddenly the Dutch look a bit stretched. This is Andriy Yarmolenko. Orange jerseys now back in place. Ruslan Malinovsky held up by Frankie de Jong.
Chance missed there. I think Yarmolenko's got to get at Daley Blind quicker.
He could open up again now as the Netherlands counter with Memphis Depay. That driving run and a really good challenge there by Serhii Sidorchuk.
Yeah, he does that very well, Sidorchuk. He'd always want to make sure he protects the 2 centre-halves. Really timely interception that, because Depay was trying to get that onto his right foot.
That's exactly what he's doing now. Moves it towards his left. And Bushchan just able to get his foot there to clear the ball away, with Patrick van Aanholt about to pounce.
And he looked like he was in an offside position, but I think the ball was played back by a blue shirt. Just couldn't get anything on that. But whenever he picks the ball up in a wide area with a little bit of room to get at someone, to go and commit the defender, he does it. He does it really well.
Daley Blind. Here come the Netherlands once more. They are knocking on the door rather loudly.
Well, Zinchenko just wants his team just to draw breath. This was that opportunity, yeah. And there, Malinovsky going down far too easy. It's on his left side as well. If he just takes another touch with the ball, he's well within shooting distance for him. Looking for a free kick, and quite rightly not given.
His goal-scoring record at the end of the season in Serie A was really good. Scored in 5 of the last 8 matches of the season. No surprise to see the Netherlands having 2/3 of the play. 7 attempts on goal in the opening quarter of the match. Here's Yarmolenko. Marlos. Now Alexander Zinchenko. Here comes Karavayev forward. Marlos let it run in towards Yaremchuk.
It's unlucky that, actually. Stepped over that Marlos into Yaremchuk, looking for the return. Very nearly got it. It's a bit of possession, keep the ball. Wait for that opportunity to find that clever pass between the lines, just to split that.
Nicely done by Zinchenko. Malinovsky with a little bit of space to pick out Marlos with the pass. There's a threat here from Ukraine, but again it breaks down. And Wijnaldum being harassed and harried and ultimately fouled. Netherlands quick to get things moving once more with De Jong. And now Depay. Ukraine with a player down. It was Mykolenko. Denzel Dumfries getting forward, and Mykolenko picked himself up off the floor, able to regain his composure and get hold of the ball. Wijnaldum. Dumfries. Now with Martin de Roon. Here's Dumfries, the PSV club captain, and what an inviting delivery that was.
Wasn't it? Just couldn't get an orange shirt on the end of that. Clever ball. Sometimes that's the right thing to do. You can't see anybody that's obviously there waiting for the crosser. Just knock it into an area and ask someone to try and get on the end of it.
And the referee having unfortunately got caught up in the game. Brings it to a halt.
Strong challenge that from De Vrij.
Lars Weghorst, 20 goals in the Bundesliga this season. It was his little battle there with Vitaly Mykolenko.
Which again, I think it was right to be ignored. Mykolenko soon back up on his feet.
Jurrien Timber into Memphis Depay. Weghorst is there. Good goalkeeping once more by Bushchan.
Chance. Best chance for Weghorst. Just couldn't get that ball out of his feet and away from Bushchan enough, who came out and spread himself, and really good goalkeeping that.
Karabayev in towards Yaremchuk. Here's Yarmolenko, who goes down under the challenge of Van Aanholt. Felix Brook had a clear view of it.
Great football, really good football, and a dangerous counter-attack that from Ukraine. Clever back heel that, knowing that Yarmolenko's just got the run on Patrick Van Aanholt. Difficult to see from that angle. It was a pretty desperate challenge, and normally if you're the wrong side you have to be so careful.
He's got his hands full at times, hasn't he, Van Aanholt, with Yarmolenko?
Not the most comfortable when he's being asked to defend like that. He did well there. He did enough to disturb Yarmolenko and got away with it. That was a good chance for Ukraine there. They should have at least, I think, got a shot on target.
Wijnaldum, he'll take the return. That's an excellent-looking flick forward. It didn't quite come off on this occasion. Good contest between these two. Depay looking for Wout Weghorst. All hands on deck here for Ukraine at the moment. Denzel Dumfries. Ukraine standing firm. Well, not the easiest of deliveries for Dumfries to deal with.
Just a little too big for him. They're being tested, aren't they, at the back? Ukraine and the organisation and the positions that they're taking up as a defensive unit are really being worked.
Here's Malinovsky. He seems to have a little bit of room in the middle of the field whenever he receives the ball. Zinchenko. It's Matvienko into Zinchenko, Marlos. Forward by Zabani. Now Yarmolenko. He looks like he's enjoying himself out there. Karabayev. Yarmolenko available for the short pass back. Yaremchuk, Marlos, Zinchenko. Malinovsky's pass. Yarmolenko, brilliant play.
Lucky. Nice football again, nice and patient, weren't they, there, Ukraine, in trying to get that opportunity, which eventually Yarmolenko did with his right foot, dug it out a little bit. Never really going to work Stekelenburg enough, but nice football.
That initial little touch was delightful, wasn't it, from Yarmolenko?
Yeah, faint to shoot with his left and then chop back onto his right side, but just got caught between his feet a little.
A good competitive edge to this game.
It is. It's been a good start to it.
Half an hour in. Goalless, but plenty to keep an eye on. As De Vrij tussles with Roman Yaremchuk.
Yeah, as we would have expected. The Netherlands have been the stronger out of the two teams. They are asking more questions, but particularly down their right side, Ukraine, with this guy, with Yarmolenko, have shown that they also have one or two questions to ask themselves. It's a decent effort, that.
It was mainly right at the start of the game so far from the Netherlands, though. 7 attempts on goal in the opening 9 or 10 minutes. Not so many since. Not so many as in none since. Marlos. Sidorchuk keeps it away from Weghorst. That's Yarmolenko. Now back with Matvienko.
You can see there's a press there as well. An intense one. From the Netherlands, as soon as they lost possession there in Ukraine territory, they immediately went after it. And they have it back.
Daron. Wijnaldum. Exciting summer for him, even before the tournament started, with his big move.
Very much. Yep. Congratulate him on that. Moving to a great club, lovely opportunity for him.
Yeah, leaving one great club for another one.
Indeed.
From Liverpool to Paris Saint-Germain, having been linked and having been considered for such a long time that he would go to Barcelona. Paris Saint-Germain coming in at the last moment to secure his services. Here's De Roon now for the Netherlands. Looking for the run of Dumfries again, who's always a willing runner. Goodness me, he covers some ground, doesn't he, Denzel Dumfries?
He really does, yeah.
What will he make of it so far, Andy?
Decent start, I think, but there are one or two concerns when they go out of possession. And Ukraine counter themselves pretty quickly, as I mentioned, down that right side. So there's De Ligt, who they will, of course, miss and hope will be back involved soon.
Alexander Karavayev. Malinovsky. Zinchenko. Karavayev forward. Yaremchuk away towards Yarmolenko, who was more than aware that he was in an offside position. Very timely return to form for Yarmolenko with Ukraine. I mean, he only started one match in the Premier League all season for West Ham, and just over a dozen times he came off the bench, but West Ham supporters haven't seen the best from him for quite a while.
No, and West Ham, I think since the arrival of Jesse Lingard, had shown that they've become a very capable team, and it's been tough for the likes of Andrei Yarmolenko to get involved, but...
Well, he's had injuries, hasn't he?
He's had injuries, and he's not always found it easy, as you mentioned, but certainly in this team, and in what we've seen of the game so far, they're quite prominent in his area of the field, and he's been involved an awful lot.
Yeah, 40 goals he scored for the national team, only 8 behind the national record holder, who is, of course, predictably, now the national coach, Andriy Shevchenko. De Jong. Sidorchuk being pressured there by Frankie de Jong. Depay, de Jong, Dumfries. They defend well as a unit.
They do. They get numbers back, they're going to have to, because the Netherlands aren't going to hold back in, as I mentioned, committing the likes of Van Aanholt and Dumfries. They're both really ambitious in those wing-back areas. So you've got to be organised, and you've got to make sure that you've got numbers back there to deal with that.
High and hopeful there from Steven de Vrij, but
George, you got a gift. What's in there? What is it?
With sunny adventures about to begin, the Amazon app.
George, you got a gift. What's in there?
Because they've got good numbers centrally as well, the Netherlands, that just gives a problem for Mykolenko. He's getting on the cover round behind his centre-halves.
It doesn't look like he knows whether to stick or twist at the moment. In it comes towards Memphis Depay once again, and it is put behind as he tries to raise the volume levels inside the Johan Cruyff Arena. Wonderful setting. That's a comfortable header away for, first of all, Zinchenko and then Marlos.
Shevchenko, Simon, that will be a first on the agenda. Got to sort their left side out defensively. And I think for Frank de Boer, when the Netherlands increase the tempo and then they counter press, they look very good. They look like they've just got a little bit too much for Ukraine.
That was the great chance a few minutes ago for Denzel Dumfries.
Sometimes you want to go and attack the ball. When you have to stand there and wait for it, almost dropping onto your head, you have lots of time to overthink it.
Here comes Marlos. Last few seconds of the opening 45 minutes. We're going to have a minute of added time. Ukraine countering here. Yaremchuk in towards Yarmolenko. Blocked by Stekelenburg.
That's that same combination again. Yaremchuk with a clever little back heel and a tight area. Yarmolenko very much on the same wavelength. Stekelenburg doing enough to get out, throwing those long legs in front of Yarmolenko to deny him. But look, it's clever play, that nice touch and a clever little movement.
He's got that little bit of quality, hasn't he, Yarmolenko?
Has he? He'll take that extra touch in a tight area. Yep,
he could make something happen.
Yes, he could. He certainly could. That's been their best way forward. Their best moments, Ukraine have tended to come from Yarmolenko and those around him.
Good intelligent play initially from Zinchenko to spread the game out, use the full width of the field. Here's Yarmolenko once more. The closing seconds of the first half in Amsterdam, the opening game for these two teams in Group C. Here's Karavayev in towards Yarmolenko, won by Daley Blind. And there goes the half-time whistle after a lively, entertaining opening 45 minutes in which Ukraine have played their part, but in which the Netherlands predictably have had more of the play and created the better opportunities. Denzel Dumfries missing an excellent chance with a header at the far post, and Gini Wijnaldum forcing a brilliant save from goalkeeper Georgi Bushchan. At half-time in Amsterdam, it's Netherlands 0, Ukraine 0.
A great first half of football at the Johan Cruyff Arena, and plenty to talk about on Mola with Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank after the break.
All them roads leading us to the top. We dare to dream and dare to put a stop. Gonna scale the summit, gonna reach up high. We are the chosen, the ones to climb.
bird down in the city. Request permission to engage. Get it.
It's what you do right now that makes a difference.
You're telling me it's too hot to land first. You gotta secure the perimeter first.
We got a Black Hawk down. We got a Black Hawk down.
Introducing the new Jarum Super Next with spicy aromatic blend.
Welcome back. It's 0-0 here on the Super Soccer UEFA Euro 2020 live match programme on Mola. Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank has been watching that first half along with us here in the Mola studio. And I tell you what, Jimmy, goalless, but what an entertaining first half.
Yeah, the Dutch, they are going for it, really playing really well going forward. And Ukraine as well. They're making a real game of it, and it is really nice to see. I would like to see goals, though, but it's really nice to see.
We've got the second half for some goals. Aldo.
Ya, di babak pertama kita bisa lihat kedua tim bermain sangat menyerang. Mereka sangat berkomitmen, namun sayangnya belum ada gol yang tercipta.
Right, let's have a look at the best of the action now then from the first half, shall we? And like we say, Jimmy, no goals, plenty of action.
Yeah, here you see Depay. He's really determined, running forward, plays through the legs of the centre half and gets a shot away. This in the early minutes. And he's setting the tone straight away that they want to really go and attack. He ran, I think, 70 yards with the ball at his feet. He really wanted to score early on, and a good save from the goalkeeper. Here again, good back flick. They play in the middle, the shot gets blocked, and Wijnaldum, great pass, but Dumfries, if he is a striker, if Dumfries is a striker, he chips this. Yeah, he lifts the ball slightly and he scores. But the Dutch were on top. They were on top with their chances. They played in the midfield. They get the ball forward. Here, Memphis Depay, in short, Weghorst needs to do better here. It is very good of the goalkeeper when he's coming out and take the ball, but Weghorst is a striker. He knows that he needs to chip the ball over the goalkeeper. The big chance for me was this at the back post, you know, where Wijnaldum hitting the ball, great save of the goalkeeper. You know, the Dutch, they were really putting a lot of pressure on Ukraine. Here again, a good technique from Wijnaldum, good save from the goalkeeper. This one, that's what I was talking about. The biggest save, the biggest miss of the Dutch national team. Dumfries got a chance at the back post, get worked really well. Depay crosses really well. He needs to score. You know, those are the chances that you want. He needs to score. He at least needs to get the goalkeeper to make a save.
Yeah, it's frustrating because you're seeing them have all these chances and nothing happening.
Yeah, it is frustrating. The thing that I can say is the Dutch have been really positive. They've been really trying to go forward. They've got 61% of possession of the ball. Sometimes they need to play a little bit quicker, but they've been really trying to score that goal.
Aldo?
Ya, Belanda bermain sangat dominan di babak pertama dan menciptakan banyak sekali peluang. Namun menurut Jimmy mereka harus bermain lebih cepat lagi dan memaksimalkan peluang yang mereka bikin.
So, Jimmy, a key part of that first half was the wing-backs, wasn't it, pushing on for Holland?
Yeah, the wing-backs have been really aggressive. They've been really playing forward. Instead of the five at the back, it's been 5-4 forward. Here, Ukraine is coming really strong as well, you know, with the 1-2s and shooting at the goal.
Yeah, we will. We'll have a look at the full-backs in a minute. We'll have a look at the wing-backs. In fact, we can see them now. So, like we said, for the Netherlands, they've been a key part of this first half, haven't they?
A key part because they are playing really aggressively forward. Here, going into the space, Dumfries, majority Dumfries, who has been really aggressive. Wijnaldum needs to do better here and hit the target. Normally, you would think that Wijnaldum would score. Here again, who is in the box? Wing back, and he's unlucky, Van Aanholt, to not score or not to get his toe against this. And here he's back to tackle. What a great tackle, you know, from the wing back. The wing backs are doing a lot of work defensively, but also attacking. They are really giving Ukraine a big problem.
Kedua back sayap dari Belanda di babak pertama bermain sangat agresif, terutama Dumfries yang banyak sekali mengancam gawang lawan. Dan juga di sisi sebaliknya saat bertahan, Van Aanholt membuat sebuah penyelamatan yang sangat baik di belakang.
I mean, we briefly saw it there from the Ukraine, but they have had a few chances, but they've almost been wasted, really, haven't they?
They have. If they have a little bit more patience, like here, take your time a little bit more and utilize your opportunity a little bit better. They have been very good with the ball. They are giving the Dutch problems when they win that ball. Here, that 1v1, Yarmolenko, you know that he's dangerous on his left foot, you know, but they haven't made the most out of it. And they will be disappointed. They will be really disappointed because they have had opportunities. Their final pass has to be better. And if you see, they have people running forward. Again here, with a back heel, they've been unlucky and the goalkeeper has to make a save. You know, if they're a little bit more careless, a little bit more giving a little bit more TLC to that ball, to that moment, they will have a bigger chance of scoring.
Ya, sebaliknya Ukraina di babak pertama juga mampu memaksimalkan penguasaan bola mereka. Namun sayangnya kesempatan mereka semua di depan gawang masih belum mampu dimaksimalkan. Dan mereka juga harus mengoper lebih baik lagi di lini penyerangan mereka.
Right, we'll have more analysis with Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank here on Mola after the break.
Leading us to the top. We dare to dream and dare to put a stop. Gonna scale the summit, gonna reach up high. We are the chosen, the ones to climb.
Sortir de l'eau là tout de suite.
Pourquoi?
Le nuage là-bas, j'ai jamais vu ça ici.
La dernière chose dont je me rappelle, c'est ce nuage qui s'est abattu sur nous, et puis après, plus rien.
Depuis qu'on a disparu en mer avec les autres, c'est comme si je pouvais soigner les gens avec mes mains.
Ils ont changé de couleur.
Comment c'est possible ça? Non, il a raison, ce nuage est une création de la nature.
Han har kidnappet henne. Hjelp! Jeg fikser pengene selv. Må vi bryte oss inn i leiligheten hans?
It's the halftime show here on Mola, where it's Netherlands 0, Ukraine 0 at the break. We are minutes away from kickoff in the second half, and Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank is about to tell us where he thinks this game is going to be won and lost with his keys to success. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, look, the Netherlands, they are playing really well going forward, but if they can play forward a little bit quicker when they win the ball and counter Ukraine, then they will have better chances 1v1 against the goalkeeper. Also, they need to use their wing-backs a little bit more in that final third, especially the left-sided one. Van Aanholt has not been really that much into the game. For Ukraine, they need to have more quality when they are counter-attacking. They need to take their time a little bit more and a little bit more care on that final pass.
Yeah, because for Ukraine, if they're going to get something, it's going to be on the counter, isn't it?
It's going to be on the counter. They need to keep that ball sometimes a little bit longer, a little bit more patient, because the Dutch, they are not really good when they don't have the ball. They don't like it when they don't have the ball.
Do you think they're utilising Zinchenko enough?
I think Zinchenko has been trying to control the game, especially when they have the ball. At times you see that he's saying, calm down guys, calm down, you know, take your time. I think it's very difficult for him, because in the middle the Dutch, they are very good. But he is their main player.
Ya, Zinchenko di babak kedua tentunya bermain harus lebih tenang lagi dan juga mengontrol lini tengah, terutama karena lini tengah sangat didominasi oleh para pemain Belanda.
Great performances, though. Like we said, it's been a great first half. Can you see any changes being made as we head into the second half, Jimmy?
Not at the moment. I think going forward, the Netherlands, they are playing really well. It depends, you know, later in the game how fit Danny Blind is, because he has not played a lot of football. And also, are they forced, you know, the Dutch national team, are they forced to do something up front if they haven't scored yet after 15, 20 minutes? At the moment, I don't think that they need to do a lot of changes.
And obviously we mentioned that Ukraine, if they're going to get anything out of this, it's going to be on the counter. But for the Netherlands, if you're the manager now, you've just been in there with them, what are you saying to them? How are they going to get the 3 points in this second half?
You want them to keep on doing what they are doing, get the wing-backs a little bit more into the game, especially in that final third, and be a little bit more disciplined in the middle park when you don't have the ball, because it was sometimes a little bit too easy for the Ukraine to get in.
I mean, it's just a question of finishing, really, for them, isn't it?
Yes.
Massively simplifies it.
No, but that is where it gets to. They have had chances. Dumfries had 2 really good chances, especially the last one with his header. He needs to score that. If they keep on creating, it will be just a matter of time.
Ya, tentunya Belanda selain kreativitas mereka di depan, mereka juga harus bermain lebih cepat lagi dan menciptakan lebih banyak peluang, karena 15-20 menit di babak kedua kalau mereka tidak bisa mencetak gol juga, maka mereka terpaksa harus melakukan pergantian rencana di dalam skema permainan mereka.
We're moments away from kick-off at the Johan Cruyff Arena for the second half. Your commentary comes once again from Simon Brotherton and Andy Townsend.
Yaremchuk will get the second half underway. It's Yaremchuk who gets us started. No changes made by either head coach during the half-time interval. One little statistic about Ukraine that they'll be looking to put behind them and move on from. They've failed to score now in their last 5.5 games at the UEFA European Championship finals. The longest goalless run by any side in the history of the tournament. With 5 shots in the first half, it's now 72 shots in a row that haven't ended up in the back of the net.
1 or 2 skirmishes, Simon, where they worried the Netherlands for sure. They really did.
Some nearly but not quite moments.
Yeah, they could have perhaps got a shot away a little bit quicker. That Yarmolenko axis down the right side was good at times. Again, their first thought, though, as we start the second period, will be the shape of the team and trying to deny the Netherlands as much as they can, for as long as they can.
Daley Blind, who Played 45 minutes last weekend against Georgia. He'll get longer today, his second match back from an ankle ligament injury.
I think for Frank de Boer, it's about the intensity at the top of the field. When they play with a real high and hard press, and they pinch the ball back off of Ukraine deep in their own half, then that's when I think this Dutch team looks dangerous. Obviously on the halfway line here, they'll always be patient. When they push forward, they get people around it.
Looking ball there from Stefan de Vrij towards Van Aanholt.
That's been a feature of their game, certainly from the central positions and from Frankie de Jong. Those wing-backs are high and wide, and they're available there, and then they're not worried too much about their defensive work. They're just flying forward.
Flick header on there by Andriy Yarmolenko. Alexander Karavayev just being told to hang on for a moment before taking the throw, which he has now done. Malinovsky. There's Karavayev. Seen some nice touches from the right back for Ukraine today. Yarmolenko forward. Yaremchuk, now Malinovsky. There's Marlos. On as an early first-half substitute for Alexander Zubkov, who went off injured just a few minutes into the game. Collected by Wout Weghorst.
Careless there, Zinchenko. Just trying to slow it down, I think, a little bit too much. He is in possession of the ball.
Barone happy to give the ball quickly to his captain. Back with Jurrien Timber. Now Blind. On the near side. Painful one there, and Weghorst is going to be penalised. I think he trod on his opponent's foot.
It was Karavayev, yeah. Just trying to pinch the ball back, and he just caught the fullback. It was okay. Again, immediately, as soon as they go out of possession, they're after it. They're chasing after it. They're desperately trying to win that ball back. That's very much the order of the day, and part of what Frank de Boer wants from his players. Commit to it, really go for it, high press.
Hasn't had too much to work with yet, has he, Weghorst?
No, he hasn't. No, service-wise for him, he's a big man, so he needs that delivery that comes in early, those wide areas. Hasn't really had anything yet that he's looked likely to get onto the end of. Most of the opportunities, sorry Simon, have fallen to Dumfries and those wing-back areas.
It was a similar situation for him last week against Georgia, but he bided his time and got his chance in the second half and scored his first international goal. Talking of which, Dumfries is still looking for his, and it's Weghorst who collides with Bushchan.
Interesting to see Marlos there tracking the run of Dumfries all the way back. Just did enough to actually prevent Dumfries. Watch Marlos at the top of the screen. You can see him tracking the wing back, which just denies him the chance to make good contact to provide something for Weghorst.
Might that have been one of the first things that Shevchenko said at half-time?
Without a doubt. He would have had to have addressed that, because it was a problem for Mykolenko. He wasn't quite sure whether to cover the centre-half or stay wide to pick the wing back up. And they were getting exposed in there too often first half. So, again, early in this second period, no surprises to see Marlos being asked to be very aware of that wing-back.
Then committed. Zinchenko. Karavayev. Here's Savagny, the 18-year-old central defender, composed there under pressure. Weghorst getting stuck in. move on after this match. They're finished with Amsterdam after this one. Their next 2 games are in Bucharest against North Macedonia on the 17th later this week, and then they finish against Austria on the 21st. The Netherlands have the advantage of being based at home, all 3 of their group games in the Johan Cruyff Arena. Next up, Austria on Thursday.
It's going to be a good game as well.
Here's Frankie de Jong. Timber. Now Dumfries. That's an excellent delivery in towards Memphis Depay. And finally, the breakthrough comes from the captain, Jorginho Wijnaldum. And the Netherlands have the goal that their play deserves.
Fabulous goal. Brilliant football. And what about the finish from Gino Wijnaldum? That is a brilliant strike. Yeah, plenty of time to think about that as that's arriving to him on the edge of the box, and you're always tempted to get your head down and really hit through it from that sort of distance. But this time Bushkan is beaten. Clever play down the right side. Just a little stumble there from Mykolenko allows that back line to get exposed. What about that for a composed finish from a lovely slot with his left foot from the edge of the box. Target, hit the target. That's what's going through your mind there. He does that perfectly.
Well, Bushkan did what he could. He was worried about the ball falling at the feet of Memphis Depay, but in clearing it, it suddenly landed on a plate for Wijnaldum, and he was not about to pass up a golden opportunity like that.
That's Mykolenko's reaction, because he knows he just missed the chance to cut that pass out down that Ukraine left side. And that's been the one area of the field that the Netherlands have had real joy from during this game so far. So now we'll see the mindset for the next 5 minutes, I'm sure, for Andrei Shevchenko's team. It will be just to make sure they get a bit of composure. You have to accept now you're 1 down. You haven't got to try and get back in it and risk everything immediately, but they will have to pose more of a threat.
The Netherlands have gone on to win 17 of the 18 internationals in which Wijnaldum has scored.
Great goal, really good goal that. He's been outstanding. He made some saves. The save from Wijnaldum in the first half might be as good as we're going to see in the whole tournament.
Oh, the Netherlands going to make a winning start. Plenty of time left in this second half. Almost 35 minutes remaining. They have started well over the years, though, at the Euro. They've only lost 1 of their last 12 opening matches at major tournaments, if you include the World Cup as well. To be underestimated, making a good start to a competition.
No. To win your first game is fantastic. It just settles everybody, and the camp is such a great place to be around when that happens. You lose it, and you know that the pressure's on.
Here comes Frankie de Jong. Wijnaldum, now Memphis Depay, Wout Weghorst. Searching for a second.
Lucky, got it onto his left foot, didn't he? Only had one thought in his mind to hit it. I think it was just half a block on that, which took most of the sting out of the shot, which made that one an easier one for Bushkan. Too much room for Depay on the edge of the box so far. He's drifting off that front line, picking the ball up, and he's able to turn. He's got to have a blue shirt with him.
Sidorchuk doing just enough, but here comes Weghorst, and the flag is up.
See, even there, where he drops off, gets on the half turn, and he's looking to find people. He's having a big influence on the game.
Well, it's a lovely finish, and it's worth another look.
Yeah, that's that Mykolenko chance where he misses it. Full tilt the goalkeeper to get something on that to deny Memphis. What about the finish? Brilliant finish.
Well, Wijnaldum top scored in qualifying with 8 goals, and he scored their first of the tournament. Here's Karabayev, now Yarmolenko. Zinchenko looking for that little moment of quality to try and prise open the Dutch back line.
Yep, haven't seen it so far from him. Disappointing ball again there. The Netherlands will be eager to get back on the front foot, asking more questions. Their opponent's defence. They know full well they get a second one at the start of this second half, they're going to be in business.
Malinovsky got himself into a bit of a tight corner there. And now it's with Depay and Wijnaldum. Looking for the forward run of Van Aanholt. Forward by Alexander Karavayev up towards Marlos, who is dispossessed too easily there. Lovely little flick there from De Jong. Wijnaldum just created some space for himself that initially wasn't there. Frenkie de Jong looks in vain at referee Felix Brugge.
Could have hit that, couldn't he, there, I think. Wijnaldum, in the end, he tried to find Frenkie de Jong with that little pass. Zubani Izu's tight to him and just does enough to disturb him. A couple of times we've seen Ukraine encouraging the Netherlands to get at them by conceding possession just outside their own 18-yard box. That's a dangerous policy.
There's Frenkie de Jong. He just set up Depay, held up on the edge of the penalty area, and Zinchenko with the chance to bring the ball clear. Difficult part of the game here for Ukraine. And here come the Netherlands once more as Dumfries tries to force his way through. And the shot ends up going in, and Van Veekhorst makes it too. It takes a deflection on the way.
Great finish again from Veekhorst, but I just wondered whether Mykolenko was fouled. He certainly felt he was. I think a number of the Ukraine players feel there was a foul there. Yeah, they're all crowding around the referee. Immediately the referee was saying no. You'll see it here now when Dumfries picks this ball up. Was there a nudge on the back of Mykolenko? He felt there was. And the referee doesn't believe it and doesn't agree with it, allows play to go on, and it's Veekhorst off the leg of Bushkan this time that gets that all-important second goal.
Veekhorst chosen ahead of Luc de Jong. Repays the faith shown in him by Frank de Boer. But it is a goal, of course, as they all are, that will be checked.
Yep.
And that is what is going on at the moment. Ukraine are rather hoping that they will get a free kick.
If Mykolenko's heels are clipped, then that obviously takes you to the ground. There's no denying that. But if you're just feeling your opponent and you just go down too soft, too easy, and you get what you deserve. And I think a lot of players, defensive players, tend to do that nowadays. And we'll see. It's that challenge there. Now, he's certainly, Dumfries is very close to him. Is he offside as well when that is struck from Veekhorst?
Well, that was the incident. It has been checked, and the goal has been given. The Netherlands lead Ukraine by 2-0. And the party has started.
It has. Yeah, that's a big moment in the game, Simon. That really is. It's a massive moment, but they pounced on a lack of concentration and unforced errors, and I think Mykolenko goes down too easy, too soft, looking for something that isn't quite there.
But after scoring that first goal, the Dutch kept that momentum going, didn't they? And Ukraine would just found themselves in really choppy waters.
Yes, they have.
Struggling to get out from the back. There's Zubani, the young central defender. Well, they've got an awful lot to do to try and get something from this game.
Yeah, they really have. I mentioned about the intensity, and that's exactly what they've come out and done at the start of the second half. They've really got after Ukraine in Ukraine's half of the field. When they haven't got the ball, they've press to win it back, and when they've got it, they committed men forward and beyond the strikers, and that's impressive. And that is why they have a very comfortable foothold in this match now.
Weghorst, by the way, in the squad for this tournament for the first time since November 2019. He just ended up scoring so many goals in Germany for Wolfsburg that they couldn't leave him out any longer. Well, even with 16,000 inside, the stadium is rocking nicely.
Good atmosphere. There you go. You can see he's onside. Just about. He gets himself a goal. And he's been involved in everything. Weghorst. He wants to get involved in the build-up play. He put himself about. He works exceptionally hard.
Yeah, just as he did last week against Georgia. He scores in the second half, having had to wait for a clear goal-scoring opportunity. Here's Stefan de Vrij. Blind happy to leave it to De Jong. Now Timber. Who's settled in on the right-hand side of the back three as if he's played there all his life.
Yeah. They've been pretty comfortable, haven't they, at the back? Just in the first half, a couple of times, Ukraine down their right side with Yarmolenko and Karavayev have combined quite nicely.
It's that added little bit of confidence and swagger about the Dutch now as De Jong still keeps going, and it's just a little too far for Van Aanholt, but deflection carrying it behind.
Yeah.
And the Netherlands look threatening every time they venture forward now.
Starting to enjoy it. He'll be thinking about changes. I think they'll be imminent from the Ukraine point of view.
Well, there we are, and Owen Wijndal and Nathan Ake are going to come on, and Patrick Van Aanholt. We've got the start ahead of Wijndal and Daley Blind, who's only just coming back from injury. The last couple of weeks are the two players who make way for the final half an hour of the game.
Nice situation to come into a game. Yeah, dominant on the front foot, confident, with a lead. That's the time you like to make changes as a coach.
So Marlos, who came on as a first-half substitute early in the game, is now being replaced by Mykola Shaparenko. So Shaparenko from another one of the Dynamo Kiev contingent. He's a creative playmaker.
He is. He's a talented midfield player, you're right.
But he and his teammates have some defending to do here, and it is hooked away by Sidorchuk.
That's an interesting change that from Shevchenko. I mean, that's far from ideal. He's put Marlos on, obviously, when he lost Zukov early on in the game. Obviously disappointed at what he's got from him. So Shaparenko, who is a real gifted player. They need something like that now, somebody to get on the ball and try and make something happen. To do that, they need to get possession of it first.
It's been a while since they've threatened in the game. They did sporadically during the first half. Not so much since the break. Good work out for Daley Blind as he continues his return to full match fitness. Timely return from injury as far as the Netherlands are concerned. As you mentioned earlier, Andy, his experience very handy.
Yeah, there's a lot of young players in this team, so it's never a bad thing to have someone with some genuine mileage around them. Daley Blind's had that. One or two situations in the first half where he would have felt a little uncomfortable. I think that's something, obviously, that if they are to progress in the tournament, they're going to have to deal with, because the very nature of this Netherlands team is one that wants to attack, players that want to get forward. And if you've got that, you've got to have people at the back that can defend. And Daley Blind can be a little exposed when he's left in that area.
A tussle there with the frustrated figure of Matvienko conceding the free kick. So far, just the sort of return to a big tournament that the Netherlands would have hoped for. Can they build on this, win the game and get some momentum going for a nation who are used to so much footballing success over the years?
Got a bit lost recently, haven't they? Really have. So this current generation of players will be keen to put that right. And you mentioned that word momentum, Simon. That's so important in tournaments. You can come into a tournament not necessarily in the best mood, in the best form, but all of a sudden something happens, you get that momentum and then you're flying.
Can Ukraine get on the board and give themselves half a chance? Ruslan Malinovsky was looking for Yarmolenko. That's Wijnaldum going for it in the air, and Weghorst with a challenge deep inside his own half on Malinovsky. Well, Martin Stekelenburg has barely got his gloves dirty in this one.
He hasn't, has he? One or two blocks with his feet in the first half, which he did well, but certainly in the second half he's been a spectator, but we don't mind that. He'll have enjoyed watching the way that his team have set about it, got that second goal, and now want to control the game.
And they haven't been able to build on several promising first half attacking scenarios. Ukraine haven't had a shot on target since the 30th minute of the match. It's Frankie de Jong on the receiving end of this one from Serhii Sidorchuk. Owen Wijndal. Now Ake. Collected by Wijnaldum. Timber. Sending them on their way via Wijnaldum. Wijndal a little too far for Weghorst.
Lucky. That's exactly the sort of delivery that Weghorst wants. Lovely burst of speed there from Frankie de Jong in the middle of the field, which took him beyond Sidorchuk, and then he can release Wijnaldum. Ball switched out to the left side.
Netherlands haven't won a game at the Euro since 2008, by the way. Here's Denzel Dumfries. Lost all three of their group games in 2012, and of course didn't qualify last time, but good start so far in Amsterdam tonight.
He's played well. Gino Wijnaldum has played really well.
Led the team well in the continued absence of Virgil van Dijk. See Nathan Ake joining the attack here for this one. The ball just a little too long for him. Owen Wijndal out with de Roon. Wijndal up against Karavayev. Quickest to react. Sidorchuk is there to help to tidy up. Here's Malinovsky. Nicely done. Yaremchuk Steven de Vrij was onto him straight away, and Zinchenko inadvertently gives the ball away. Sidorchuk once more.
Yeah, Memphis Depay there just getting caught in two minds in possession.
This is Shaparenko, the substitute. Zinchenko spreading the play. Andriy Yarmolenko. We're inside the last 20 minutes. Malinovsky. Zinchenko doesn't see an opening, so Shaparenko comes back into the play. And the shot on the turn, comfortable enough for Stekelenburg.
Decent strike from Yaremchuk. But again, goalkeeper able to set himself and adjust and comfortably save that.
Dumfries, Serhii Sidorchuk. Gives Alexander Karavayev some ground to cover. And by De Vrij once more. A solid performance from him.
Yeah, he's been nice and composed so far.
He's not looking too chuffed.
No, he won't be at this stage of the game, no. Look, at one, you're never out of it, but against a Netherlands team that have a lot of nice, comfortable footballers in there, at 2 down, he knows it's a long way back, and he don't think his team quite possess the pace at the top of the field to really stretch this Dutch team in the mood that they're in. That's what they're lacking to me, just that. Once they get beyond the Netherlands midfield, have they got that real injection of pace to make the difference? I don't think they have.
Here's Wijndal once again. Weghorst is in the middle, hoping the ball is sent his way. But with De Jong. Wijnaldum, scorer of the opening goal. Depay, well away from Zabani.
Okay, nearly a very good turn that from Memphis Depay. Dragged Zubani under the ball. The young defender just managed to get something on it.
Here he is once again. Once more it was Sidorchuk who won the ball. It's been a good second half from him, doing what he does so well. Now Ruslan Malinovsky. Zinchenko. Yarmolenko up against Wijndal. Be a chance to shoot here for Andriy Yarmolenko, who scores an outstanding goal for Ukraine. That's the moment of quality that they were waiting for. Yarmolenko provides it, and it gives them just a glimmer of hope in this match with 15 minutes to play. 2-1.
Ukraine fans are bouncing up and down in their seats, and quite right, that is a stunning goal. That's pure quality, that, from Andriy Yarmolenko. Drifts inside, gets it back from Yaremchuk. The two of those guys have linked up very well, but then you've got to produce something really special. Something off the top shelf to beat Stekelenburg, and they've got it right there. What a finish that is. Brilliant goal, wonderful strike.
A glorious finish from Andriy Yarmolenko, earning the applause of his coach on the sidelines, who was a master goal scorer himself.
Just when they needed an injection of belief, they got it. And that sets the game up really well for this last 15 minutes plus whatever stoppage time we have. Because all of a sudden now, from being in a really comfortable position at 2-0, now some doubts can creep in for the Netherlands.
Yeah, fresh hope for Ukraine in this match. Here's Zinchenko. They've got an added spring in their step. And suddenly the Netherlands are not looking quite so comfortable, but that was well timed by Ake. Here comes De Roon.
It's amazing in football when you're 2 up and everything feels so good. You really feel like you're in total control, the dominant force. You can see the goal out of nothing, and it was a beautiful finish from Yarmolenko. And it's game on, full tilt, right to the final whistle now.
Wijnaldum. Great quick feet. Wijndal, full of vim and vigour and freshness, having not been on the pitch for very long. Ake. And it's Memphis Depay. Now Frankie de Jong. Home crowd find their collective voice again, having been quietened a little by that goal. Wijndal was trying to find Weghorst. He's having a great physical duel with the defence, not least with Mikola Matvienko, and now here comes Mikola Shaparenko. Yaremchuk. Jurrien Timber staying on his feet, ushering the ball out of play. Zinchenko.
And every free kick you concede in that sort of area, you know.
You just sense a little bit of anxiety for the first time.
They know that's why, because they know the ball now is coming into the box. He's been the most likely all evening for them, hasn't he, Yarmolenko?
Well, his goal's the first one that they've scored at the Euro since the opening game in Euro 2012, when they were co-hosts, when they beat Sweden 2-1, and Shevchenko got both of the goals. They played 5 games since then without finding the back of the net, but that goal from Yarmolenko has given them half a chance here of getting something. Malinovsky puts it in! Oh, it's 2-2! Yaremchuk is there! And suddenly, Ukraine are level! The Netherlands are stunned in Amsterdam. What a comeback!
That's a fabulous free kick that was. You've got to commit to a free kick. You can't just flick it up, clip it into the box and hope something can happen from it. You've got to whip it in there. And that's exactly what happened. Yaremchuk times his run perfectly. And the Dutch back line aren't quite together. I think they allow that ball to beat those men at the front of that little ruck of orange shirts, which allows Yaremchuk just the room he needs, and if he can make good contact and get it on target, he's got every chance, and it flies past Stekelenburg.
Well, what a turnaround.
Incredible. Fabulous. I take my hat off to them. They from 2 down, they were out of it, Simon, and yet a brilliant finish from Yarmolenko, and then all of a sudden that just fills them with belief. And they're right back in the thick of things.
The Netherlands were sailing serenely just a few minutes ago. But great spirit and quality of play from Ukraine.
Yeah, real quality. And now you've got to do it all over again. And they'll wonder where this game has gone. The Dutch team out there at the moment, they'll think, how on earth? The space of a few minutes has just vanished our lead, but they've got to pick it up and find another way.
It was a real test of the character of this Netherlands side now in the closing stages. Ukraine looking to try and turn the game completely on its head. Doesn't happen terribly often.
Their mindset now they've got something to hang on to again, they'll drop back, which can sometimes be costly. They won't be quite so ambitious again going forward, I don't think. Now they're back in the tie. They're going to protect it.
Oh, we've got a big 10 minutes coming up in Amsterdam. This is Ake, now Wijndal. Dumfries. Now Wijnaldum. Weghorst waits in the centre. Shaparenko being led a merry dance, but able to have the final say and get a deflection as well. Well, there's the scorer of the equalising goal, Roman Yaremchuk, who plays his football in Ghent in Belgium. And his goal has made for a rather nervous finish for those in the stands.
Great finish from him, too much room. Somebody would have been detailed to mark him. And just allowed him to just wander. He hasn't done anything special with his run, he's just timed it nicely. The free kick, the delivery was a really good one.
Put it away well.
And he's put his head on it and he stuck it in the corner. Great finish. That shouldn't happen from a set play like that. It appeared to me that the Dutch team, they're so conscious of holding such a high line. That was all, that was their first and only thought. Somebody there's got to prevent Yaremchuk from just stepping into the box and getting his head on the ball. Not allowed. Players at this level to have that much time and room, they'll finish, they'll punish you. That's exactly what has happened.
Timber away to Dumfries, who we haven't seen as much of in attacking areas in the second half. Furrowed brow of Frank de Boer.
He's now thinking about his next move. He made a couple of changes, didn't he, once they were 2 up, and probably felt then it was just a case of trying to see the game out, introducing a couple more into the team and keeping everybody in the squad happy. Nothing wrong with those sentiments and ideas.
Nice, you saw Luc de Jong there limbering up. Of course, he's an option. He scored a goal in each of their 3 World Cup qualifiers in March. Daniel Marlon on the bench as well, 27 goals for his club side this season.
Got to get Depay back involved in the game at the top of the field. He's kind of gone out of it really since they scored the second goal.
Frankie de Jong gets the free kick. I'm just about to say they need de Jong and Depay. This is the sort of time where they need their big players. Touch of cramp kicking in there for the Dutch midfielder. Here's Timber in for Memphis Depay, who is immediately surrounded. Dumfries. De Jong. 6 minutes of the 90 remain in Amsterdam. The Netherlands pegged back, having struck out into a 2-0 lead. Timber in towards Depay, and Karavayev gets it back to his goalkeeper, but Buschan's clearance doesn't find touch, and Ake sends it across. Dumfries with the header! And finally, Denzel Dumfries, having missed a great chance in the first half, has his first international goal, and it just might be the winner in Amsterdam. 5 minutes to go, and the Dutch lead is restored.
Well, credit goes to Dumfries, who attacks that ball at the back post, but that man right there, Buschan, had the chance to clear his lines, clear the ball up the field. He tried to knock it wide, it comes back in from Nathan Ake, right at the top of the field. Dumfries makes that first contact from that cross. The ball pitches in front of the goalkeeper, and this time he can't. He can only get his hand on it, just parry it up into the roof of the net. Could have done better, I think he should have.
Well, he had 2 good chances in the first half, Dumfries, particularly with a header at the far post. Royalty watching on in the stadium in Amsterdam.
Frustration all around across the Ukraine team there. Goalkeeper, that's a poor decision. He's made some great decisions and saves this evening, but I'm afraid that one there he's going to regret, I think. Could have cleared his lines, let the team get up the field, start again, reset much higher up the field.
Well, they've done so well, Ukraine, to draw level from a really difficult position, and then just 5 minutes from the end concede again. And just a couple of minutes ago they were slumped in their seats. Situation reversed.
Well done to that man, because he's kept going all night. You're right, Simon, he had some chances in the first half. He had a shot that was well saved, and he had that header, and he had a lot of time to think about it. And that was a different one, that one. That one, he just trying to get on the end of a decent cross and just get it on target, and then keep your fingers crossed. This time for him, it ends up in the back of the net. Well played.
Header away by Zabani. Ake diving in, and Ruslan Malinovsky penalised by referee Felix Grimm. Luke de Jong about to come on, and Joel Veldman as well, who plays in the Premier League with Brighton and Hove Albion. And, well, Weghorst wandering as slowly as he can towards the touchline, receiving a great ovation from the crowd as Luke de Jong comes on for the closing few minutes of the game to replace him. Goal in each of the last 2 matches for Weghorst. De Jong, the player who's been displaced by him recently, won't get very long, and Jurien Timber, who has certainly performed well today, the youngster winning only his 3rd cap, replaced by Joel Veldman, who plays for the first time in the last 8 internationals.
2 experienced boys coming on with his team now back in front. Frank de Boer will be hoping that they can use their experience just to get over the line here and see this out. It's a game they should have won comfortably, and it looked like it had just slipped away.
It did rather look as if the Dutch were going to be left kicking themselves at dropped points, but noses back in front, tails up, moving forward with the talismanic Memphis Depay and Frenkie de Jong. With players like that, you'd think they've got a chance in most games. And Wijnaldum as well.
Do you know, football's like that as well. There are certain matches when you're in winning positions, and then it just vanishes. Some you don't even know exactly what's gone on and what you've done or what you haven't done. But that's how quickly, particularly with international football, you just make a poor decision, or you just lack your concentration, your focus for just a few short seconds, and all of a sudden a lead just vanishes. That's what happens. To their credit, the Dutch have got themselves back in front. They've got to make sure that they make a mistake before, they don't do it again and let it go once more.
Yeah, Ukraina certainly not finished yet in this game. Just 30 seconds or so remain of the regulation 90. Have a look to see how much added time. Any moment now, but Zinchenko has some support from Andriy Yarmolenko just behind him. We're looking for some more twinkle-toed play from Yarmolenko in the closing moments, possibly, but we are heading into 5 minutes of added time.
And there's opportunities in that 5 minutes, I'm sure, for Andrei Shevchenko's team to maybe conjure up one last decent opportunity.
Here's one of those players we were just talking about, Daniel Malen, who will come on for Memphis Depay.
He's played well. I've enjoyed his performance, Memphis Depay. I think he's really set about it in the right way, in the right manner.
Daniel Malen, 22 years of age, 27 goals for PSV Eindhoven this year. He's benefited from the tournament taking place this summer because he was injured last year, so he wouldn't have been able to be involved. Well, the Netherlands almost over the line in this opening match. but not quite yet. Forward by Vitaly Mikolenko. Pressure there for a little while from Dumfries. That was De Jong sliding in. Time running short for Ukraine. But there is time for a chance or two between now and the final whistle as Karavayev sends it in and Yarmolenko lets it run. And it doesn't find a blue-shirted player. And the Netherlands now with Malen racing forward, and there will be a free kick and a yellow card for Serhii Sidorchuk for the way that he halted the advances of Luc de Jong.
Yeah, just body check Luc de Jong. See him there, he's pointing for someone to pick him up and then grabs his arm. Well spotted that by the officials.
Well, much to enjoy from tonight's game, and we're looking forward to the Netherlands against Austria later in the week, based on what we've seen so far.
It's been a really good game. You know, it was an open, attack-minded game right from the outset, and it's kept going right to the last few moments.
Possibly benefited from not taking place in the heat of the day.
Good point.
It's particularly hot at Wembley in London earlier today for the England-Croatia match. A bit cooler, lovely summer's evening in Amsterdam after a glorious sunny day. Here's Veltman, just off the bench. De Jong eager to make an instant impact if possible. Pressure being put on Mikolenko by Malen.
Yeah, it's good word that from Daniel Malen. That's the best place to keep the ball now, high up the field in those wide areas to try and run the clock down.
Looks like it's going to be a very big game in Bucharest Thursday for Ukraine up against North Macedonia.
Yeah.
Both teams will be anxious to get some points on the board, themselves in contention. Getting into the 5th minute of a minimum of 5 of added time. Here's Mikolenko. Is there time for one last attack from Ukraine? If there is, they need to make it quickly, and they need to make it almost immediately, but first defending to do. Malen goes down under the challenge of Yaremchuk. Closing moments in Amsterdam. Steven de Vrij looks for Luc de Jong, who picks out Owen Wijndal. And Ukraine just can't get hold of the ball to get over the halfway line. And the Netherlands managing the final moments of the game with de Jong. 5 minutes of added time are almost up now. And there goes the final whistle. And the Netherlands make a winning return to the big stage. But they were pushed all the way. 2-0 up and sailing along. Suddenly 2 goals in 5 minutes with a quarter of an hour to go brought Ukraine level and left the Dutch fretting somewhat. But Denzel Dumfries had the final say on this 5-goal game with a header 5 minutes from time. His first goal in international football, securing a winning return in major tournament football for the Netherlands and leaving Ukraine bitterly disappointed and frustrated, having done the hard work of clawing their way back from 2-0 down. Ultimately, they leave Amsterdam empty-handed. It's finished. The Netherlands 3, Ukraine 2.
What a game. Plenty of celebrations for the Netherlands at the Johan Cruyff Arena and plenty of reasons to celebrate as well as they bag the 3 points in their opening fixture in Group C of Euro 2020. We'll have a look at all those goals here on Mola after the break.
Hello Indonesia, I'm Jürgen Klinsmann.
I'm Jan Sommer, the goalkeeper of Borussia Mönchengladbach and the Swiss national team.
I'm Philipp Lahm.
Watch
the biggest European football competition,
UEFA Euro 2020.
The UEFA Euro 2020
on Mola.
Only at Mola.
Only on Mola.
What's up, Indonesia?
I'm here on Mola Chill Fridays to play a little bit of music for you.
Let's do it.
It's gonna sound a little different, but I think you'll like it.
We don't talk anymore like we used to do.
Tell 'em, hey!
Prima Cassi.
Thank everybody for tuning in to Mola Chill Fridays.
Sampai jumpa.
You stop running, you'll come off. Rizzy! Rizzy! Where are you going? What's your job?
Is there any defence here at all?
Guys, I'm telling you now, that really isn't good enough. And you, not good enough. You want to go to this level? You ain't going to that level at the moment. You're down here. You're coming off, and you're coming off. Off you go. He disrespects you. Fucking. Go on, go on, go on him. Go on him, go on him. Who's got that afterglow?
What a game it's been here on Mola. Jorginho Wijnaldum opened up the goal scoring in the second half, 52 minutes. And then a matter of 6 minutes later, their course managed to seal the deal 2-0. They looked as though they were coasting, but then Yarmolenko scored in the 75th minute, and then Yaremchuk 4 minutes later until Denzel Dumfries managed to get the third goal and the 3 points. Welcome back. It is finished at 3-2 to the Netherlands here on the Super Soccer UEFA Euro 2020 live match programme on Mola. Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank has been watching that very animated here. What a game, Jimmy.
Yeah, look, it was a great game for the neutral. It was a lot of open football in the first half, a lot of chances in the second half as well. The Dutch started ever so well, scoring 2 goals. But then Ukraine came back, and then at the end, the Dutch, they were lucky by finding a goal. But you know, what a great way to play football or to watch football. Really, really lovely to see.
Well done.
Ya, kita bisa lihat ini pertandingan yang sangat banyak dan penuh aksi untuk para fans netral. Tentunya kita bisa lihat Belanda bisa mencetak 2 gol lebih dulu di babak kedua, namun disamakan oleh Ukraina. Dan tentunya Belanda berhasil menemukan 1 gol lagi untuk memenangkan pertandingan ini.
We won't hang around then, shall we? Let's get stuck straight into the highlights because there's plenty of goals to have a look at. Starting with that goal from Wijnaldum.
Yeah, we spoke about the wing-backs. Here the wing-back go into the space. Dumfries, he crosses, the goalkeeper makes a mess out of it, but Wijnaldum is there to put the ball in. It was just about the penetration of the Dutch, you know, via the wing-backs. Dumfries did it in the first half. He started doing it in the second half. Good cross. The goalkeeper has to make a decision, and there Wijnaldum is there. He used to do that for Liverpool. He did absolutely magnificent. And then here again Dumfries in. He doesn't make a foul, but who is there? Weghorst is there to put it in as a good striker, as a good number 9, you know, to find the back of the net. And at that moment of time, the Dutch are cruising, you know. There is no problem whatsoever. They've got everything under control. Good taken goal. But then Yarmolenko is coming, and we all know that he has a wicked left foot. Put him on his right. No, they don't. He sees the goal. The goalkeeper, I don't understand why he's taking 2 steps forward. If he stays on his lines, he saves this. Take nothing away from Yarmolenko. It's a great, great goal. But they should have never got themselves in this position. We know that Yarmolenko is a top player, and he can do that. This is a simple goal to defend. You need to drop as a unit, and they don't. And then the striker is there to head it in. And then out of a sudden, the Dutch have got a big problem because they're winning 2-0, and Ukraine doesn't give up. The striker heads the ball really well in the side net. Goalkeeper can't do nothing about, and it's 2-2. Luckily. The Dutch, they find some quality, good cross from Ake and a good header from Dumfries, who for me was man of the match. He sets up 2 goals and he scores the 3rd goal. He missed a big header in the first half, but he makes up for it here. What a header, he comes across his man. Shinchenko it is, yeah, and the keeper has got no chance.
I mean, as a neutral, that was a great game to watch, Jimmy. But for you, what was it like?
For me, it's frustrating because, you know, when you're winning 2-0, you see the game out. I know how the Dutch are. They're always going to be open, always. But they have to close games off. If they want to succeed in this tournament, when you're 1-0 or 2-0 up, you need to know that you're going to win. You can't let the opponent score 2 goals, and now you have to go again.
Ya, Jimmy merasa frustrasi di babak kedua karena setelah memimpin 2-0, Belanda menurunkan serangan mereka dan mengendurkan permainan mereka, sehingga memungkinkan untuk Ukraina mencetak 2 gol balasan.
I mean, a fantastically open game, but some chances missed in the first half, weren't there, by Holland?
Yeah, but they... creating, and if Holland keeps on creating, they will score goals. There were a lot of bad misses, don't get me wrong. You know, this was for me not really, this was self-created by Memphis Depay, and this is a good opportunity. But the others, you know, this you need to score from Dumfries. You know, you need to lift the ball a little bit and you need to put it in the back of the net. This one as well from Wijnaldum. You know, we know with his quality, he should hit the target at least. So the Dutch have been in the first half on top. You know, creating. They will be disappointed that they didn't score. You know, here Weghorst, he needs to just chip the goalkeeper and score. These are 100% chances. 100% chances. Here, Wijnaldum is a little bit unlucky. Goalkeeper, great save, you know. But the Dutch, they were on top of Ukraine in the first half. And when you're on top, you need to score. You need to give yourself a little bit of you know, a pat of the back. This was the best chance in the first half, and he will be very disappointed when he watches this back, because You know, normally you should score and it should be 1 or 2-0.
Well, Jimmy, obviously with your affiliation, you were very impassioned watching that. But they're going to be exciting, aren't they, for us neutrals to watch? You can see that.
They are. The Dutch always want to play football in, I say, the right way, you know. Others will say, no, they're too open. No, their philosophy is they need the ball, they want to play the ball, they want to control the game by having the ball and passing through defenses. They are open. Everybody is wide open. And sometimes when they lose the ball, they don't react quick enough. And that is their problem, you know. But the Dutch, they think at times, oh, we're going to score one more than you. And in the top football, you can't always think like that.
Ya, tentunya sekali lagi ini adalah pertandingan yang sangat menegangkan dan penuh aksi untuk para fans netral. Tapi untuk para fans Belanda tentunya ini adalah sesuatu yang sangat menegangkan di sepanjang pertandingan. Meskipun mereka bisa mencetak 3 gol pada akhirnya, namun sayangnya mereka masih belum mampu memaksimalkan peluang yang mereka punya, terutama di babak pertama.
Thought you were never going to breathe then, Aldo. Let's have a look at the group table then, shall we? For Group C, so as we can see, Austria managed to get 3 points when they played North Macedonia earlier on today, or, well, yesterday for you over in Indonesia. The Netherlands, of course, we've seen get 3 points as well. I mean, you're looking at that, Jimmy, the Netherlands, we mentioned pre-match firm favourites, didn't we?
Yeah.
Having a look at those fixtures, Austria and the Netherlands have both got off to a good start. Do you see them kind of being, well, do you see the Netherlands winning and Austria coming second in the group?
On paper, you know, the Dutch should beat all 3 of them on paper. But obviously the game is not being played on paper. You wouldn't think at 2-0 that Ukraine would come back, but still they got themselves back. It is going to be an interesting game on the 17th against Austria. They should win that. And if they win that, they will be first. I don't know if Austria will be second if they lose against the Netherlands, because I can see Ukraine winning twice.
I was going to say, on Ukraine, I mean, the fact that they came back, you know, and managed to get those 2 goals within the space of 4 minutes, it shows real character, that, doesn't it?
And exactly, and that's what you need to have, you know. There were a lot of pluses for Ukraine today. They need to fine-tune a few things, like in the first half when they are counter-attacking. But there were a lot of good things from them. And don't get me wrong, they were playing a really good Dutch national team. And that's the thing, they still got chances and they still got back into the game.
Ya, yang kita bisa lihat sebelum pertandingan ini, Austria di grup C berhasil mengalahkan Makedonia Utara dengan skor 3-1 dan sementara menduduki posisi puncak di grup ini. Dan kita bisa lihat juga Belanda tentunya di atas kertas harusnya mampu mengalahkan 3 tim lainnya di grup ini. Namun sepak bola tidak dimainkan di atas kertas.
I mean, we saw obviously the game earlier in Group C, and North Macedonia showed moments of character as well, but they're going to be looking at this Netherlands side, and they're not going to be looking forward to playing them if they come up with it.
No, for them it's a problem in a way, because they need to open up, they need to win the game, you know, and for them to be open is a problem, because they are not as good as the others. So they should have got something out of the game today, and then they can still go the same way. Now they have to create. Problem for them.
Ya, tentunya Makedonia Utara yang kita bisa lihat tadi bermain sangat gigih dan bermain kompak sebagai tim, namun sayangnya mereka tidak memiliki kualitas yang mumpuni seperti lawan-lawan mereka lainnya di grup ini. Dan ini tentunya harus menjadi sesuatu yang dimaksimalkan oleh Belanda ke depannya.
We'll have more analysis with Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank here on Mola after the break.
Selamat malam Indonesia, kembali lagi bersama saya Aldo di Mola TV Pre-Game Show. Januari 2020 kemarin itu gue lagi ada di Instagram dan gue lihat Mola TV Sportscaster Hunt. Which is hadiahnya itu adalah ke Inggris dan dapat a certain amount of money. Sembari iseng-iseng juga gue self-tape dan gue kirim. Kebetulan gue salah satu yang kepilih dari 7 orang untuk masuk ke babak grand final.
Aldo came to us very inexperienced.
Paul Dempsey natar dan membina gue pelan-pelan. Had to settle with third due to goal difference below Ajax.
Aldo, start and finish on the score.
Score, yes. Tugas utama gue tiap weekend adalah menjembatani semua studio chat antara studio guest kita dan main presenter kita. Guest kita di studio malam ini adalah Glenn Johnson.
Thank you, Aldo. Time for the Mola TV Man of the Match.
What are you planning to do?
Get what I want.
What do you want? You'll see.
Is to monitor extraterrestrial activity on Earth.
You know what the difference is between you and me? I make this look good.
Noisy crickets.
I feel like I'm gonna break this damn thing.
I knew it. This is an alien, and you guys are from some government agency trying to keep it under wraps.
Selamat pagi, Indonesia. Besides sport, Mola has many incredible films and series. One of the series that we recommend this time is War of the Worlds 2020, a classic adaptation from H.G. Wells that takes place in recent days. Alien versus mankind, a sci-fi story that never grows old. With the constant question that lurks in every episode, why do the aliens want to destroy the world? Watch the series to find the answer. Meanwhile, here's the trailer.
They wanted to wipe us from the face of the earth. But we kept asking ourselves, why? Are we really so different?
Colonel, écoutez.
Can't you hear it?
Why are we detecting this signal now?
I believe we have detected evidence of extraterrestrial life.
We're detecting a strong electromagnetic field.
The government has responded by declaring a state of emergency.
What are you doing here?
You're gonna come with me right now. You're gonna die.
See where?
C'est quoi sur le toit?
What was that? Sophia!
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Oh my God.
I'm trying to keep us alive.
I'm trying to find a way to kill these things.
Itulah War of the Worlds 2020, kisah klasik pertarungan manusia melawan alien yang disadur dari cerita H.G. Wells berlatar belakang modern. Saksikan eksklusif di Mola hanya dengan berlangganan Euro Unlimited sebesar Rp25.000. Dan sekarang waktunya untuk kuis Mola Euro Unlimited. Terima kasih untuk Anda semua yang setia menonton Euro di Mola. Game ini baru saja berakhir, game yang sangat seru tentunya. Dan sekarang ada hadiah game konsol baru yang untuk Anda semua yang masih setia menonton sampai jam 4 subuh ini. Yang pertama langsung saja kita punya Irawan. Halo Irawan.
Halo.
Halo. Ya, tim yang disupport siapa?
Kalau di Euro saya dukungnya Jerman sih.
Oh, mantap. Oke, langsung aja pertanyaan pertama untuk Irawan. Berapa nomor punggung penyerang timnas Belanda Memphis Depay?
Nomor 10.
Ya, betul. Oke, kamu harus menjawab 2 pertanyaan benar, baru bisa mendapatkan hadiah. Jadi kita punya pertanyaan kedua sekarang ya. Siapakah legenda sepak bola Argentina yang film dokumenternya bisa disaksikan di Mola? Ayo.
Maradona.
Ya, betul. Selamat sekali. Selamat Irawan. Anda mendapatkan hadiah game konsol baru. Ya, tentunya jangan lupa tonton terus Euro di Mola. Dan kalian akan berkesempatan untuk mendapatkan hadiah seperti Irawan berupa game konsol baru atau bahkan trip ke Inggris untuk menonton langsung Premier League. Back to you, Emma.
I love it when they win. It's exciting. And also, hats off to you for being that awake at this time in the morning over there. We respect you for that. Now, as you know, Mola are showing you live coverage of every single UEFA Euro 2020 match. And tomorrow is no different. We're back with you for the Scotland-Czech Republic game, Poland-Slovakia, and later on, Spain and Sweden. Jimmy, which ones are you going to be watching there?
Well, obviously we want to see Scotland, how they do, and hopefully that they do well. I know Clarkey well, so
it's exciting times for Scotland.
Yeah, and I want to see Spain, obviously. You know, football lover, I want to see Spain.
Thank you very much. Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank, you've been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us. Aldo, as always, thank you. And thank you for staying up so late. What time is it in Indonesia, 4 a.m?
Yeah, a bit over 4.
Thank you very much for staying up with us here on Mola, where it ends Netherlands 3, Ukraine 2 in Group C. We will be back tomorrow, as you can see, with plenty of fixtures in the UEFA Euro 2020. Good night.
masyarakat, cintakan ulama, cintakan tuan-tuan guru, cinta dan sayang kepada ustaz, karena Nabi mengajarkan al-anbiya.
Dan dia pun sudah setuju licin kan si Dennis ini. Ya lah, lu harus minta maaf sama almarhum bapak gue. Kalau bapak gue didoain masuk neraka, gimana perasaan lo? Gitu loh. Ketika belajar kamu sih lakinya apa? Nak. Hah? Kami mandi. Seperti. Ikroa ditata karo bune mandi sik. Lumayan kok nang mandi. Udah. Juara gede lah. Misalnya orang kan orang penbang. Gerak kok. Kan dina pur-pur makane banyakan kecean. Wen. Wen sikat gigi. Bro, kita bikin barang mau orang mampu. Satu aja. Iya. Ya, rencangnya anu Yuni. Iya. Oh, tapi orang tahu sih, soalnya bukan asli sih ini mah. Masih yang asli sih yang saya pasti bapaknya. Ya. Oh. Undangannya belum nyala sih. Orang sih kadang ambil anu kayak langkah 5 menit es nyala sih. Bensinnya kan mas?
Saya kolek mbak. Ini siapa mbak?
Masuk anggur, masuk dulu cukup sih.
Dulu gede banget. Kolek.
Iya mungkin sih anggur sih. Ya. Apa nih?
Engke kopine wis tengah wekna. Weh, mas kene. Pengurengan ro. Swen. Swen, kan anune gepen, anu kotor banget. Karena tuh nih. Swen. Anu ra rupa-rupa anu kuang lantai. Swen, Mbak, tolong ambilin minum, Mbak. Pas dalam dulu. Celana daleman apa ora? Bisa nih. Sebelah. Mama tolong ambilin itu minum. Mbak papa kan. Papa kontangnya. Punya sadem. Nenek, sensor. Guys, tutup. Jangan aman, biar anak kayak. Gue sarap biar anak. Ya mbak, maaf papa ya. Mama puasa.
Apa mah?
Mama puasa.
Mama puasa. Mama puasa.
Suena, pada takoni sing orang pada dikelon. HP. Iya, utang. Oppo.
Hah? Apa mah?
Oppo.